Oh, hello, friends. What's going on? It's what? Thursday? It is Thursday. Look at that. Let's go. We are live again after our week off. And I haven't really played too much PoE. I looked at a lot of the interviews about PoE 2. I feel like I have some stuff to say about that I might put into a video at some point. But that's for another time. Today, we have one mission, and one mission only. And that is reach level 100. Not that we're gonna do it today, because, yeah, no, I'm not that fast of a farmer, but, we're not gonna be playing that long, but we are going, we have been on the grind for a little bit to hit level 100, and, we're gonna continue it today. So, we're starting off today at 28% into 98. I have an Omen of Amelioration just in case I die, because I don't feel like paying full XP penalties, although I did pay 7 divines for that Omen when I bought it last week, I think. I did do some grinding. I think this character was like halfway through 97. Yeah, there's still around 7 divines. So I didn't, well, the price didn't plummet the moment I bought mine, thankfully. So yeah. Our strategy has been pretty simple, and that is breach. We just do breach and delirium. And we have endless tide spec'd in because if I do get beyond, then I don't want bosses. And I've actually not been killing map bosses at all, because if anything is going to kill me on this character, it's going to be a boss that I take too long to kill. So on top of Endless Tide, we're also using Wandering Path to my great chagrin, because I actually dislike Wandering Path quite a bit. 7th Gate for the Breachcraft, and then Singular Focus. So that we only get the maps that I want to farm, because there's actually a pretty significant difference in the amount of XP gained, whether, like, based on the layout of the map that we're farming. So, like, if it's something that this build is suitable for dealing with, like kind of tight close quarters where the enemies aren't that far away from each other, then I go way faster in those kinds of maps than I would do in like wide open spaces like dunes, or yeah, you could say burial chambers is a little too wide. So yeah, we have 4 different maps selected as our favorites, and they are Waste Pools, Atoll, Courtyard, and Tropical Island. Courtyard is probably a little too open, but it's not like a huge map. So I'm kind of okay with it, and really our main focus was Waste Pool. Arguably, after I've done some farming on it, and I'd say this might actually be a little too close to like enclosed, particularly for breaches to have much value that often, but ultimately it's still a pretty decent pace. Atoll is probably one of the better options. And I haven't tried Tropical Island yet, but Tropical Island, I think, is a nice middle ground between being open and enclosed, so to speak. So I started this strat before with just Waste Pool selected as my favorite with singular focus, so that we could only get Waste Pool maps. We weren't really sustaining at all, even with cartography scarabs, and that was a problem, to say the least. But the reason we started, why we separated out to a couple different maps, and you'll notice they're all right next to each other. So we have Waste Pool here in the middle, and then we have Tropical Island, we have Atoll. I don't have Dig, but we have Courtyard right here as well. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all kind of next to each other. And that's specifically so that we could take advantage of this, which is 4% chance for one monster in each of your maps to drop an additional connected map. And since we have Wandering Path and a bunch of those nodes selected, it's actually... where is it? Oh, where is it? It's in here somewhere. Am I blind? Might be blind. Anyways, we have a really good chance for, I don't know, 100% chance for one monster in each of your maps to drop an additional connected map. And, since our favored maps are the only things that can drop, but also they're connected, like, it's good. It has made a significant difference in the amount of sustain that I've gotten, actually. Like, I was getting maybe one map every 3 maps in the old setup, and now I have, I did 10 maps, and I ended up with this many, which is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. It's 12, right? I know I fucked up the counting, but yeah, it's 12. So we have 35 copies in 10 maps, so. And I'll admit that that is also with a cartography scarab, but just a rusted one, honestly. So like, it's 20% increased maps. Not a huge difference is made by that, I don't think. So anyways, that's where we're at. The other nice thing that we've been getting is a truckload of delirium orbs. Like, you know, they're not necessarily the greatest ever, but I mean, we have 7 scarab ones. We have simulacrums, we have 14 currency ones, 9 harbinger ones, 7 div card ones, 15 of the armor ones, 14 of the jewelry ones, 14 weapon ones. So like, they're dropping very, very regularly, like more often than not. When I get a delirium, I get at least 1 delirium orb. Hey, what's up, Blaze? How we doing? So yeah, that's the strat. All we're doing other than that is actually, which tab did I put them in? Did I craft a new weapon? No, I haven't done any more crafting. Kind of chilling for the rest of the league. I might craft again. I might not. I'm not really too keen on improving this character very much more, other than just leveling it up. Overall, I'm pretty satisfied with how this character has done. It was always going to be a meme anyways. Oh yeah, while I was on the break, I also I did a cast on crit frost blink build that was very fun. It was so squishy that it farmed really fast, so it got really good XP per hour, but it would die just about any time that I stopped moving. So that kind of sucked, which is why we're doing the level 100 grind on this character, even though it's so much slower. It is far tankier, but Courtyard is not the map that I thought it was. I thought it was Chateau was the map I was thinking of. Well, looks like we gotta change the maps up a little bit. Probably take those. You know, I'll probably still run these, but I'm not gonna be happy about it. I'm not gonna delete the maps that I already have rolled. They're also spread out though. I did remember to craft breaches on Hello. So kind of the biggest change between how I've been doing things before and how I'm doing things right now is that I don't give two hecks about anything that's not actually like a significant amount of money. So like, I might pick up a couple little currency items here and there, but mostly I only care about like divines and stuff like that. Otherwise I just care about killing stuff. I think so far at 98 we've been able to get what's 50 to 60 million XP per hour pretty easily. At level 97 we were getting like 70 million. Is there another breach here? Nice. Oh yeah, I saw that, and I forgot to respond, but I like had to get up and do something. That was actually nutty, and I meant to actually check the price of it, but congratulations on it. Oh, hey now, hey now. So you ended up selling it instead of keeping it then? Also a nice price. Did you end up doing anything fun with the money, or do you just sitting on it like a dragon in its cave? Nothing wrong with that. I kind of prefer to do things that way, honestly. Almost done with the league? Gotcha. You got any specific goals, or are you just feeling like you're getting close to burning out? Bought Awaken multi-strike. Sheesh. That's big more money. Yeah, I don't like this map. Well, this is not the map I thought it was. Thankfully, we got Waste Pool instead of another copy of that map. So not Courtyard, we place that one with this. Also, I need these all to be like lined up with each other, so do that. We need 3 slots dedicated to a different one of these maps, which could be, yeah. Frozen Cabins probably isn't the worst ever, it's just a really long map. Attempted some Uber bosses, not bad. So long as Glad stands, hey, not bad. Did you clear any of them? Promenade. If Promenade was connected to Waste Pool, I'd probably take it. I don't really like the map, but it's not that bad. Let's try Frozen Cabins. Heck it, dude. Alright, so we got 3 Waste Pool, 3 Frozen Cabins, 3 Atolls, and 3 Tropical. Only Eater and Exarch remain. You mean to tell me you cleared Uber Cyrus before you cleared Uber, Eater, and Exarch? It's downright impressive. Put them's away. How did Mesa drop from that one mod? I cannot stand Cyrus. That was twinned beyond. Hello? Unfortunate. We ran one, so we need 7. That should be enough. We're not using sextants or anything, so like we don't have to worry about re-upping on those. And I'm not gonna buy any more Breach or Cartographer Scarabs. We're just gonna kind of run out what I have. Don't even really want to pause for the entire Harbinger if I don't have anything else going on. They just take so long to summon stuff. As much as I love Harbinger, trust me, I do. Probably made the bulk of my money. Well, Maybe not. I think it's probably pretty close to even, the amount of money I made from Harbinger and Breach. I finished, I think, 3 fracturing orbs. I sold at least a half of one in shards, if not 1.5 in shards, through the early parts of the league. But I also got like probably in multiple hundreds of Chalupa Breach stones. You know, like a divine each at least, so. More waste pool. Oh yeah, something we could also do, like after I hit 100, just to screw around. I have like, I don't know, 50 Guardian maps at least. After I've finished the Guardian challenge. So like, not to mention we have all of the fragments on top of that. So like, we could just kill bosses for the hell of it and see what we get. I don't think I'd want to do Ubers, even though it feels kind of wasteful to not do Ubers. I just don't. Too stressful. Like we could probably farm Uber Maven pretty easily. She took me. I failed one attempt. I think I ran out of portals once, and then the second time I cleared her with like 2 deaths. So like I could probably do Uber Maven, but just don't like it. Could just bonk the bosses in normal mode. Cyrus, yeah, is awful. I tempted him once and I said never again. Hey, oh, what's up, dude? How we doing? Thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, this is the boss. I don't want to do this. Leave me alone. Gonna finish challenges, chill, then work build guide and a crafting guide for my trauma weapons. Not bad, not bad. Sounds like a fun plan. What you been up to, Jade? How's things with you? Just can't bring myself to pick up all these sprinters. We don't got no time. I got things to kill. I think if I end up hating frozen cabins, I may just go Tropical Island, Waste Pool, Atoll. Taking a break right now, been a long day. It was just triple booked. What the hell? Sounds stressful. Glad you have time to take a break. It's, sounds dicey, to say the least. But nothing much, just dog stuff, finalizing your work trip. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, I found out that I am in fact moving across the country this year. So I've kind of been dreading the things ahead. That's where I'm at right about now. Found out a week ago. Have to meet with your least favorite vendor on your birthday? Yikes. Their present to you will be leaving your presents after the meeting. It's not that big of a deal, really. It's just... like, I don't mind going. It's just the logistics of it all is stressful. Because my dad got a job up there. And he starts like the 25th. So next week I actually will be not streaming again because I will be driving across the country with my dad. Thankfully we'll be driving the short way across the country, not the long way. So then, like, we're just gonna like slow pack the house with whoever else is down here. And probably try and get up there in like 6 months or so. Dude, packing and moving are like the worst. We'll get through it. It should be a good time when we're up there. Problems getting up there, you know. You slow packed for this move and that was a mistake. How so? It would just suck having everything in boxes for 6 months. Or however long. The box, they're still hitting. Oh, it's so good. Turns out there was a lot I was still using near daily. That's it's a fun way to figure out that you do that by realizing you don't have them suddenly. Gotcha. Yeah, we got some extenuating reasons that we can't just put everything in a box and leave like 2 weeks from now, of course. But, I think we're also just all kind of trying to not panic at the moment. My dad this morning, actually, I was making coffee and he was working in the dining room because he's working, and for the most part, and he was like, I just realized this is my last weekend in this house. I've lived in this house for like my entire life, almost. And it was just kind of crazy to think about. Hey, what's up, Reels? How we doing? Like, I don't even remember. I think we moved into this house in like 2001, 2 or something like that. It was a long time ago. We moved out of it before, but we never like wasn't quite so far, and we didn't end up selling it, of course. My dad gonna be okay? He'll be alright. I think he's excited. Ready, hands, get out of here. So unfortunately, I won't be live streaming for the launch of Last Epoch, because I think if I was streaming next week, that's what I would be doing, just to check it out. But you know, gots to do what I gots to do. I'll do some videos and maybe a couple of streams when I get back. Am I excited underneath the logistics? Kind of. It's a little excited, a little nervous. You'll be on the East Coast? Wait, are you? Right? Well, shit, depending on where you're at on the East Coast, or on that weekend, I might be able to stop by and say hi on my way through. Shit, I'll be traveling across the whole damn thing. Cool, not today. Not today, Tool. I actually punched him out of it. That range. That's fine. You'll be back by Saturday or Sunday. Gotcha, gotcha. You'll still have some of the weekend to try on SC5 if you want. Or laugh and choose not to because you don't feel like it. Either way. I actually don't know how long I'll be away because I was told I'm getting a plane ticket, but I don't know like how long after I get up there I'm getting the plane ticket. I don't think we thought that far ahead yet. I don't know. I didn't want to assume, you know. Oh, hello. Just wasn't really feeling it. Gotcha, gotcha. All right, how's Athena doing? In DC, Boston, and Vermont? Hell yeah. Sounds like an adventure. She's mad. Sorry to hear that. Still going to the vet 3 times a week? That's crazy. Does not sound like the easiest time. Gotta get back to work for another meeting. Alright, well, it was good to hear from you. Good luck with your meeting. You got this. It'll be easy. I'll do my best. As long as we don't die, I think we'll be okay. Hello. Thought that was Omniphobia for a second. It was just a really big magic monster. We'll kill this very well. We wait for the second breach to go. Why are we getting so many Esh breaches, by the way? This sucks. These monsters are the most annoying, by far. Yeah, it's more-ish. That was actually way shorter than I thought. More Ash. Rude. Please let me bully Tool again. I don't give two hecks about the boss. There's my delirium order. Hey, it's Skitter. Scarabs, let's go. Okay, it's him. I thought that was actually Tool again. I was gonna laugh a little bit. Alrighty then, let's run up here because we're already halfway here. Mark what we can and get out. Go again. I was about to skip this delirium, I'll be honest. I wasn't gonna do the whole log out to get the wildwood to end thing. Certainly wasn't about to run the wildwood. Give me stuff. It's actually a lot. Nice. Dang. Backtrack this way until the monsters actually start spawning. I'll clear the other side and keep moving. Deli orbs. Alright, so it looks like we're not actually quite even hitting 50 mil XP per hour, which is a little bit of a bummer. I thought that's how high we were pushing last time I was farming, but I could be misremembering. Who knows? I could have just forgotten how to play it. It's alright. Either way, as long as we don't die, we'll make good progress. We're already up 6%. It's okay.
Never die. Why don't you test it?
I actually did some maps, 'cause I don't really like standing around waiting for the monsters to spawn in Breach. In this map in particular, because there's just not a lot of real estate for monsters anyways. So when they do spawn, the payouts and the bonks aren't that big. Like, I did some copies of this map without any breaches. And I still ended up making pretty significantly slower progress. Because, I mean, ultimately, this still does happen sometimes. And so, it is worth it. We kind of always have to turn back around for maps, because they're kind of the only thing we really care about, because if we run out of maps, we can't kill anything. Otherwise, I feel pretty happy ignoring most of the loot. I'm actually kind of excited to try frozen cabins. I hadn't really even considered it as an option until now. That's a horrible combo of on-death things. Not a fan. Alright, out we go. The hunger. Seems good to me, boss. Looks like we, at least sustained, if not better. Like, I don't know. I don't remember if I put some maps away. I put that in the wrong spot. Okay. Maybe I didn't. Whatever. Okay, so we got Atoll, we got Tropical Island. No waste pools this time around, and I need to refresh these things. That and that. Like that, and those. You know, we'll just use the gold ones. Heck it, dude. Go back to Breach, and we're good. Kind of curious to see how much we get into in this tropical island. Feel like it'll be pretty good. Maybe this puts us over 50. Maybe not, because there's no monsters. There's something at least. Somehow we found the breach and all that, thankfully. I certainly couldn't see it. I want to make sure we don't accidentally start fighting the boss. Because last thing I want is to get like overhead slammed by the monkey. He's scary. You have another breach. I thought the boss would be around here somewhere. This section of the map is at least twice as long as I expected it to be. There he is, and he's ghosted too. Yeah, let's go this way. Can't kind of beat that. Yeah. Just leave me alone. Pretend this never happened. $80 mil per hour, that seems excessive. Those were really good breaches. An illusion. All what? Fully socketed. Ding. And I'm not gonna fight that. So fast. Now he's dead. Seems alright. My orbs. I don't want to stop killing stuff though. Three orbs there, nice. There's way more monsters than I expected to be stuffed in here, not gonna lie. 69. Nice. Give me more orbs.
Never escape this nightmare.
It's probably unwise to jump directly in the middle of a Chris Shrine tank like that. Bro, I blinked 3 times to try and get out of the hands and ended up in hands every single time. It's fun. Abby, wow. Oh, Valor. Should have hit that breach while I was doing this. Why did Vault drop? What the hell? How goes the Chief Man? Actually really good. I basically started punishing myself for dying by buying omens. And now every time I nearly die, I think, oh shit, I can't let this happen. I'm gonna lose 7 div if I do that. And so I haven't died since buying my first omen. So that's good. The bonks are still bonking quite as hard, just as hard as ever. So, still can't do bosses, so naturally we're skipping those. Yeah. Making decent progress. I started at 28% and we're, I don't know, probably 45, half an hour, 45 minutes worth of grinding. And we're up 10%. So, can't complain. What are you doing, sir? Where are the monsters? For a map with relatively limited area, these monsters are spread a little further than I was hoping. Migraine? Oof. My condolences. That's fair. I don't really get the head hurty kind of migraine, but I get the visual kind. You just have like a rift in the center of your vision, or like in a section of your vision. Shit is very annoying. Could only imagine how much it sucks when there's pain associated with it. Yes, give me more. Just like this, perfect. There's an actual screen full of enemies. You'll have to see it. Kill the dudes around the boss man, but I have no desire to actually sit here and kill him. Just too many dudes. Still not quite 60 million per hour, unfortunately. Come on. Darn, my 19% quality tabby. Honestly, this strat is giving me too many delirium orbs. It's making me sad. How does this build do with breach stones? Decently. It can clear them. It can clear normal ones pretty easily, but it can't really do the bosses. And I don't think it has enough DPS to do the pure ones. But I also sold all my breach stones, so I don't have any to just say, heck it, we'll run those until I hit level 100. I honestly didn't want to run them on this character if I couldn't do bosses without feeling relatively safe, because it's too much of a waste. Like giving up on the chance at blessings and stuff doesn't feel good at all. I love this constant maim and hinder. That's a great combo. Oh, hello. Oh, and the grabby hand's perfect. You can just character swap, but you're stubborn like that. If I wasn't going for 100, I'd think about doing something like that, honestly. Just as far as like farming money. But I would eat up too much time, I think. That's not a divine. slow. Please. Please let me survive. Let me move. I wanna run. And they have increased move attack and cast speed. Ain't that the worst? Those are actually the only mods. Hinder on hit with spells, maim on hit with attacks, and the monsters are giga fast. Like, thanks. This is exactly what I hate. And of course it's Delirium, so we have grabby hands. I'm dealing with that. Yes, I am. He was coming at me crazy. Oh, we can just... If shit sucks, hit the bricks. Just leave. Good enough for me, boss. That was, and I still actually went up in XP per hour, so like, we were getting more than 58 mil XP per hour despite constant maim and hinder, which I don't know if those stack. I definitely felt super slow regardless. I needed to do something, but I was forgetting, or I have forgotten it. Must not have been that important. Is this what movement speed feels like? Oh, I'm fucking named again. Rip. Works for me, boss. Okay, bye. Again. I think while doing this, vulnerability is one of the only things that I actually leave on the maps that has any real noticeable effect on my ability to survive. Anytime I see my health bar moving with any regularity, it's like usually a vulnerability map. But it's not so bad that I'm like willing to outlaw it, because the regex I use is already pretty close to maxing out the character limit. And I can't be bothered to like manually check the maps for vulnerability, but it's just a little unsettling sometimes. Not to mention the constant bleeds is kind of annoying, but I feel like I'm constantly getting bled anyways every time I get hit. Not sure what that's about, but I kind of hate it. That's why we have the flask. Yes, give me more. More to kill. Breach monsters have high bleed chance? Yeah, I know the tentacle dudes in particular. Dude, have that little wind up and just slam that shit. I think one of the only times I've feared for my life since starting this, like off stream, was vulnerability plus move attack and cast speed. That combo was kind of yikes. Goodbye. Ah, portals. That's what it is. Aha! Got there.
All suffering in this world stems from
Eye actions? Hello? Okay, I take back everything I said about vulnerability. What the hell is on this map? 35% increased monster damage plus fizzes fire and frenzy charges. I'm tempted to just leave. Am I getting exposure? Cold exposure? Oh yeah, them porcupines are kind of spooky. I'm leaving. Heck that, dude. I don't even care about the delirium rewards. Not worth my life. We got like half the map, maybe. Probably a little less because we only did one breach. Hello? Incubated fishing rod, item level 99. Interesting. Maybe we can go fishing. Maybe that's what we do after we hit level 100. I hate ash monsters. They're the heckin' worst. That's nice. Okay, bye.
What will be the straw that finally breaks you? I will find it.
That's a lot of those explosions. Kind of my least favorite thing about Delirium. It was actually really dangerous. There were a lot of those on-death explosions. And that big old pack of stuff. me more. Wait. That's everybody. There we go. Still chilling above 50 million, so that's cool. Nice and cozy. Looks like our sustain is still doing pretty darn good. We have... Not really it. I guess we did put a bunch of maps away when I realized Courtyard is actually a horrible place. We're not gonna bother with the scarabs this time. Just gonna run these 3 out. And, roll some more once we finish them. We're still using the Breachcraft, which is kind of why we are not too worried about using scarabs or breach scarabs every single time. We can guarantee 2 with a cost of 4 chaos. Better than paying like 5 chaos for a 3rd one every single map. I bought a bunch a while ago and they were like way more expensive than I was really happy about. Yeah. I just don't like buying rusted scarabs in general, but there's no point in buying gilded. Yeah. Yeah. I did. Because I was buying rusted. I did this like last week. I think I bought them from you like before I even cleared the Ubers, right? Or like right after that. Yeah, I'm rich. I have a ton of scarabs. I mean, if you're not gonna use them, I won't say no. Sustenance. Keep it moving.
Random chance must dictate you win occasionally.
Random chance these nuts try, mister. Okay, we're gonna kill the boss this time because I've had an Exarch invitation ready for like 30 maps now. It's kind of wasteful. So, we'll keep that once in a while. Won't hurt nothing. And we go again.
Everyone you have slain.
18% so far, and about an hour farming. I was probably talking for 10-15 minutes before actually starting the farming, so that's kind of why we're not exactly paired up with the uptime. Oh, in return for that spider. Log in now to check what you have. Hell yeah. Appreciate that, sir. You don't have to, especially with your migraine going on. But I appreciate it. You have a 10-second stream delay? Shit. So you were logged in by the time I said you didn't have to, but I appreciate it. It was too late by the time I said it. Shit. More orbs. Gimme, gimme. Not even gonna use them, I just want to have them. Amass them and sit on them in my hideout like a dragon sitting on gold. Hello, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. Honestly, for a split second, I didn't realize those were the scarabs. I thought they were essences, so I was looking at my inventory like, wait, did he cancel the trade? I appreciate you, sir. We got a couple of the things. We should do some bossing after I hit level 100, but with the spectral shield throw, of course. We got 37 more Guardian maps, and we'll certainly get more while doing that because those just drop all the time when you're doing Guardians in particular. They sustain themselves somehow, and we have 5 Cyruses, 2 full Elders, but like we have 9 of the other 3 and 2 of this one. So if we really wanted to, we could do more than 2. Similar story with Shaper, and who knows how many Uber Elders we'd be able to do. Who knows? I also should really transform some of my divines into chaos, so I don't have to worry about running out of chaos for breach crafts.
Nothing you have done was real.
It's all fake. Oh no, oh darn. They're gonna be stuck in the fortress and I'm not gonna get my other betrayal encounters. What a shame, oh no. I tried Uber Elder? No, I haven't. And honestly, it sounds terrifying. Oh, I've read what it does. I've not been brave enough to see what it does. Easier than Uber Exarch though? Interesting. I just have a very hard time with the Shapers purple stuff without the shield. Like, that's the hardest thing for me to deal with. The brain can't parse meatballs. Same with that one, honestly. I feel like if I were to attempt Uber Exarch, it would be like desperately attempting to survive everything except for the meatballs, so that way I could have as many portals for throwing away on meatballs as possible. Well, the hell, that's your jam. I feel like they're both different kinds of bullet hell. One's an orderly kind of bullet hell, and the other one's a chaotic kind of bullet hell. You know? I think that's a fair. I think that's a fair statement. That would make it quite a bit easier, so you can like reposition yourself for their whole duration rather than like half of their duration when Maven finally bothers breaking them. Reinroth, bastard of them all. Heck that Abyss. I know they're meta, but I don't want to do them. The biggest and the baddest Reinroth bastard of them all. Alright, so that's all we had rolled. We have 24 copies of Waste Pool. We threw away all of our courtyards because I realized after I did the first one that they suck. We got 4 atolls. Frozen cabins. We got 7 of. And tropical island. We also got 7. This is what, 10, 20, 30, 42 maps? Trying to remember that for when we finish running them so we can count how many maps drop from these 42 maps. I know I scoured the Beyond maps, but they also had a bad suffix on them. Bad other mod, whatever. We're gonna be in Waste Pool for a while, boys. There we go. That is 42 pre-roll maps. We'll grab up 10 waste pools to start. 10 of those. We'll use the rest of those. We'll use 10 of those. Oh, maybe we don't bother with the cartography scarabs. Heck, dude, let's just see how many we get. See if we need sustain. But it's gross to not have my map go in the middle, so we're gonna throw those. Okay, my friends, I appreciate y'all watching, but it has been an hour since we started, and I need to get up and stretch my legs, so I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are not already, make sure you yeet that subscribe button, down the like button, and I will be right back in a minute. Alright, friends. It is time for the pool of wastes, the waste pools, the wasted pools. Yeah, we're gonna be in here for a while, and it's kind of still kind of awkward. Just hang out for the breaches while they spawn stuff, but ultimately probably worth it. So after our first solid hour of grinding today, we've gone up almost 20%. We went up 19. So if we go, what, 3 more hours, we should level up. Not sure if I'll go 3 more hours today, because I'm just kind of out of it. But if we don't finish 98 today, then certainly early tomorrow stream. We will. Let's get that breach. Reduced cooldown recovery rate. My nemesis. Problem is, it's inconvenient, but not bad enough to be worth outlawing. Compared to some of the other stuff on the mod list, so we just suffer. Plain and simple. Really tried to hit that. I was hoping it would keep going. I think if we had put a couple more packs, it may have. Ah well. Huzzah, sustenance.
The unrighteous will be turned to ash.
It's on me. I think I'm going to not deal with that. It's another no cooldown recovery map. Gotcha. No orbs. No, it will take a minute. Give me something nice. Give me something nice. Prejudice is not nice. Oh well. Oh well, it's fine, I guess. No, Waste Pool might not actually be that great of a map for us. A little too enclosed. Compared to Tropical Island. We're still kind of plummeting. Damn, we didn't even get a hit off on that pack. I think we'll keep running these, but is there a better option? I guess Cemetery could work. Frozen Cabins wouldn't work with our current strat. If I were to swap Tropical Island to the middle. Trying to remember what Grotto is. Honestly, I'm drawing a blank. Better spots on this atlas. Don't like relic chambers. Fog's a little too open. Park could be alright. I think the rest of these are kind of bad. Yeah, I guess we'll stick with Waste Pool, even if it's not great. When we're running Waste Pool, we get kind of all of the other ones, because all of those are adjacent to waste pool. Whereas when we're running the other ones, we get a lot of waste pool because they're all surrounding waste pool. So it'll just be like a kind of a constant back and forth between the better maps and the not so great map that is waste pool. Or maybe we figure out a better way to run waste pool so that we don't bleed so much XP per hour. If there even is a better way, I don't know. Do we just sit in the middle of the breach until the monsters all spawn and then start moving? I don't know. I think that's plenty good enough. We don't need to finish that breach out. See what we're actually at on this map.
You are greater than a god, untouchable.
The hell was all that? Some big critties, dude. I might leave this map. Yeah, we should definitely leave. That's a little too spicy. Not about to sit there and get critted into oblivion with 600% extra crit multi, you know? That would kind of suck. wasted a bunch of breach mobs on the left. Should have gone over there. That was a little better, and it's not as bad as I was expecting. I was thinking it'd be like 35. Like I said, there was some breaches that weren't so great in that one, and some we didn't handle so great either.
Cannot stop death.
Is reduction? Oh no. Honestly, though, that 65% life is kinda nuts. I'm sorry, 67% life. Excuse me. Alright, I'll admit, these breaches have been pretty decent. Turns out they do work out once in a while. Still only 5 rewards on that delirium. It's your first season? This looks insane. Yeah, this is kind of a specific strategy we're doing, because breach, the big purple circles, is so nuts for XP. Like it's really good. Delirium, also the smoky stuff, just makes everything look really crazy, but it's not so bad when you get into it. How have you been liking the season so much? So far, I mean. This is stuff we've like, I've got a lot of money invested in this character, so we can handle a lot. Problem is my build isn't good, so I don't have a lot of damage, so we don't clear absolutely everything with every single hit. So we end up having to fight more than I would like to, but you know, we get there in the end.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of his life.
Probably my favorite thing about this build, even though the damage isn't big. It's a fire build, and we use Herald of Ash, which is what that big flashy on-death effect is on everything. So when the entire screen explodes, we get like the super flashy everything. It's beautiful. I love it. It's a completely new game for me. Don't have any place to put my items, but other than that, I really enjoy the game. So many things to learn. Yeah, that was what got me into it as well. Like I could just constantly be learning new stuff about it, and that was in 2019 that I started, and lo and behold, I'm still learning tons of stuff like all the time. So if that's what you're looking for, you found the right game. And the starter stash tab space is definitely pretty limiting. But thankfully, they do go on sale pretty often if you're so inclined. I kind of looked at it, after a while I kind of looked at it as like the equivalent to buying the game, since it's free. Playing without stash tabs is kind of like a free trial, more like. Tomorrow, Seal definitely best. Hell yeah. Definitely the div card tab, the currency tab, and the map tab are like 3 must-haves. I think with the exception of like the flask stash tab and the gem stash tab, they're all pretty valuable one way or another. The Ladyish, I'm pretty happy with the one way with where you're at. Hell yeah. Did you what build are you running? Did you do a guide or come up with your own stuff? This league in particular with the Wildwood, the game is actually, like, if you were running the Wildwood all the time, or are running the Wildwood all the time, and, like, getting as much juice as possible, it makes for, honestly, some of the tankiest, most difficult monsters that there just about ever have been. So, if you've not been cautious with that, I could see how it would be a difficult period to learn the game in. Here's a guy that turned out to be garbage, so I kind of made it into a less garbage build. Slayer, Blade, and Bleed and Leech. Just took Cyclone and ran with it. Not a bad choice, not a bad choice. I feel like Cyclone is one of the old faithfuls of PoE. It's just always been around as something people like, as a good option for something to do. I think what most people do is use Cyclone for what's called cast on crit, which is kind of exactly what it sounds like. You cast a spell when you crit, and since Cyclone hits really often, if you get your crit chance to 100%, you cast spells really often. It's a good time. I actually did a cast on crit build this week, but the thing is I cannibalized half the items from this build for that one. So since I have this build running right now, can't like swap over to that one very easily at least. Maybe I will after this map because I haven't shown it off on stream at all. But that one is nuts, and I won't spend a long time streaming that one because it's difficult to look at. But it's also not really the greatest ever. It was just kind of saw a cool build idea on Reddit, and then I made a few changes, but didn't really spend enough time working on it to like really flesh out the problems it has. But yeah, it's a cool, functioning build. That's what matters. Ow, that hurt. Hello? Bro, if I die, I lose 7 divines. So I'd really like to not do that. But hell yeah, you're definitely braver than me. Trying to make any changes to your build on your own. Like when I was starting off, I made a lot of progress on my first league, but I was following my guide to the T. Like, there were people, like, cause I was streaming it even back then. There were people in my chat telling me like, dude, you could do this and this and this, and it would be so much better. I'm like, bro, it doesn't say that in the guide. I'm not doing it. And I was like that for several weeks. So I just wasn't brave enough. Cyclone was good for me since I wanted something simple to learn the other mechanics and not really focus on delivering my spellcast the right way. That's fair. If you want a... well, melee in PoE is actually very difficult in general. And... so if you want a kind of simple spellcasting build, Essence Strain Contagion, usually referred to as ED Contagion, is very, very good. Pretty much, it's another one of the old faithfuls. It's just always been around. And it's always been good. So if you look up for a guide for that, like if you want to try a spellcaster and you look up a guide for that, it's a very good option. Because it's like Essence Drain. It's damage over time, so you just plop the spell down, and then when things die with the spells on them, they spread it around. So you just kind of plop the spell down, let them burn out, and then move on to the next pack, and you're free to dodge around. Yeah. Hell yeah. Gotta remember, hold up, what flasks was I running? Yeah, so that one. So I can keep this one. This one I need. This one I need, and that one I need. So we're gonna go, I'm gonna show off the Cyclone build that I've been doing. Or that I did do this league. It's not going to be as powerful as it was because I had an anoint on this amulet. That was better for that build, but it's okay. I'm not going to re-anoint it. This build is level 92. We need... I did not leave the health flask. I guess this is fine. That looks cool. Got some microtransactions on here that I haven't really had much experience with. Alright. Super silly build. I have the Squire to put Enlighten on more of my stuff. Or I used to. Did I take that out actually? Oh, that was the other thing. I need it. One more thing I forgot to grab from this character, and then we're good to go. There. There are surely better ways to do the things that I've done. But that's okay. Honestly, Waste Pool is probably a pretty good place to try this as well. I've never done it. This is able to do... tier 16 maps. Like, it has enough damage to do it. So we're gonna go ahead and go for it, dude. What's the worst that could happen? And this build got to level 92 in like no time, because it farms fast as hell. It just dies all the time.
They are plotting against you.
So we're Cyclone, Cast on Crit, Frostblade. And we're only triggering Frostblink about half as fast as our current max, or as the maximum like possible triggers. So we could be teleporting twice as fast as this. My crit chance is 100% though. I don't think Breach is really the best mechanic for this build to deal with either, though. And that's the vast majority of the map done. Problem is, those were normal, just regular attacks from a random dude that were chunking my health like that. I feel like you're playing your build in slow-mo compared to this one. Trust me, when I went from this one back to the one that I was playing, I felt exactly the same. And I will even after like 2 maps of this. But we were barely making what? 50 million XP per hour with that build in this map. But A, because we're farming faster, and B, because we're so much lower level. We're at like 300 million per hour, which is just kind of funny to me. I kind of want to try Tropical Island, and then we'll go back to the other one. Ooh, maybe Frozen Cabins would be fun. It's a really long map. I didn't see the time on that waste pool. Off we go.
Your life will leave no trace.
But yeah, this is really enabled because of my belt, which is I don't know if you've heard the name Mage Blood yet. Mage Blood, I'll explain it just in case, is a belt that makes it so that up to 4 of your magic utility flasks are constantly being applied at all times. I messed up! I teleported back into the stuff. I was safe and then I right-clicked and then I ended up back in the middle of everything. Oh well. This is what I mean though. This build is prone to silly things like that. Yeah, Mage Blood lets all of our flasks, except for 1, be active at all times. And it's giga expensive. This has actually been the cheapest league it's ever been to buy a Mage Blood, and it was still like 90 divines or something ridiculous. Ask in-game chat which belt you should get to upgrade yours to and Mage Blood was the suggestion. Well, it is a very good belt, however, not exactly attainable. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever had one, and A, it's a great time. Don't get me wrong, but no way could you could I expect a new player to get it, and especially considering this is the first time I've ever had it. Yeah, Mage Blood, if you ever get the chance. Oh, it's so fun. Oh, we have a speedrun. Let's go, dude. Just what we needed. Yes. They have to be utility flasks, though. They can't, and they have to be magic rarity. So you can't use uniques, and you can't have, like, a health flask constantly running. But, like, you can get some really, really good utility out of it. Or you can, like, use it to enable, like, much more freedom on your gear, like I'll show in a second. The belt could activate, yes. But you can just use a Divine Orb until you get the 4. I'll show in a second. It's like it could be 2 to 4. But if you just use a Divine Orb on it, it'll reroll that. So you shouldn't have to spend more than, you know, 3 or 4 extra Divines on it after spending like 90 to get it at max. But like, my resistances right now with this Bismuth Flask on it, it's plus 35% to all elemental resistances, and an additional 40% elemental resistances during effect. So that's 75% right there, along with 95% increased effect. So it's like, what? That's not right. 146. Somehow I have other resistances elsewhere, but I can promise you almost none of them are on my gear. Like, there's one lightning res mod. Oh, I do have a bunch on this, but for better reference, let's just take off all my gear with Mage Blood. Except Mage Blood, I mean. My lightning res. With just Mage Blood, I guess it has 38 res on it. Okay, like it's forgivable. With just Mage Blood, we go from negative all res to capped. Yeah, so that means I can get, rather than use all those modifiers on resistance on my gear, if I'm crafting gear for the build knowing that I have Mage Blood, then I can just get the more fun modifiers. Right. It is. I agree. And like, these things aren't optimized for this kind of thing because I made them before I got the Mage Blood. And I didn't make them specifically for this build. Like, this I did, but then I forgot that I could get all of my I made this, but I forgot I could get all of my reses from, the thing, so I was kind of happy when I slammed the tier 1 lightning res. Oh well. Alright. Yeah, no problem. So it's just stuff like that makes Mage Blood a lot of fun. But I'm actually, okay. We're gonna do one more map because I forgot to put my aura effect on. And I just want to see what it looks like again. Where's... Bro, what happened to my bars? Oh, no, this goes... Yes? Herald of... I'm not using the Herald. Never mind. Okay then. Fine, be that way. Okay, that said though, I need this back. I need that back, I think. Need the Mage Blood. Need my rings. Need my amulet. And the... I believe that's all of the sharing we've done. All of my items level 85 are max level. I don't know. I'll be honest. Item level has kind of a frustrating... Dude, look how slow this is without anything. Item level has a disappointingly low effect on the items. Because the only thing item level actually does for a piece of gear is affect the modifiers that it can roll. So like a level 50 Imperial, an item level 50 Imperial Maul can't roll like tier 1 attack speed. But an eye level 80, clearly an eye level 83 Imperial Maul can roll tier 1 attack speed, but the problem is it can still roll like the minimum tier attack speed, which is super frustrating. So my items are whatever item level they need to be to get the things that I want. And honestly, it's actually better. Like, say you want one modifier in particular. Say you really want tier 1 chaos resistance. And I don't know what its actual max level requirement is, but say its max, or its item level requirement to roll tier 1 chaos res is level 79. Item level 79. So it would actually, in some cases, be better for me to roll on, or to try and craft on an item level 79 amethyst ring to roll my tier 1 chaos res, because if I go higher than that, then there are other options in the mod pools that it could roll. Like, say, tier 1 fire resistance is level 82. So if I roll for my tier 1 chaos res on a level 82 ring, then the tier 1 fire res is also in the pool of things that could roll on the ring, even though I don't want it. So there's a lot of stuff like that to consider in item level. Oh, we're getting enlightened. No, they're not. There's one thing you learn the more you play this game. There's a lot of things you need to have open while you're also playing it. So there's a website called PoEDB. It's not very user-friendly. There's a slightly nicer looking website called Craft of Exile. Say you want boots, and you want dex and strength boots, so like armor and evasion rating boots. So you can look at this table, and this is all of the modifiers that can roll on a normal pair of boots. And if you click, here's move speed. I'm looking at boots, right? Yes? I learned that I know nothing every day. Then I do my work and learn the same thing as well. Hey, it'd be like that. It just means you got more to learn. At least you're not in danger of running out. Yeah, where the hell is move speed? Oh, I can't read. Okay. So say you want tier 1 move speed. You have to have boots of item level 86 for 35% increased move speed. So that's actually the highest requirement of any modifier on these boots. So that's kind of makes it like the hardest to roll, because you have everything else in the pool as well. But say you really wanted only tier 1 increased stun and block recovery, and you didn't care about the rest of the mods, then you definitely want to roll on an item level 79 base. So that way you can't get all of these extra tiers of move speed or you know, life regen or resistance, stuff like that. But that's Craft of Exile. I prefer PoEDB because the website, even though it doesn't look quite as good, there's a little more color. It's just easier for me to look at. What if I have lower level boots, but I do the vendor recipe to increase the move speed by 5? Can I boost myself all the way up to 35%? That's a good question. Do I have low move speed? Let's find out. These have 25%. They are item level 71. Those are strength and dex. Movement speed. And the recipe is Quicksilver and an augment.
Cool winds.
There's 30%. Tried using Craft of Exile, couldn't understand it at all, but I'm using POB and some other utility for pricing items. Gotcha. Is it like the trade overlay? This vendor recipe could just be a little limited. It could be limited to 30%. Let's see. Vendor recipes. Another tab. Move. Control F, please. Movement speed. Sagas may change, but the base boot type will not. This can be repeated up to 30%. Do I have any lower level boots that have movement speed on them? 71. 6. What item do you, or what level do you need? 55. I don't think I have any boots that are lower than 55, unfortunately. It would not surprise me if that worked. I'll say that. Oh, settling step. Did I not save any of my leveling gear? Probably vendored it all. This is just like overflow for random things that I kind of like the looks of. Might, but I get it. Can probably go up to, yeah, you can probably go up to 30, but no above. Alright. What do I have on here? 27%? Oh, this is the unveiled one. Betrayal. Can I get my enlighten back? That's what I've been meaning to do this whole time. Okay. So yeah, I love that cast on crit build. It's very fun. But I'm not willing to try and grind to level 100 with it. It just dies too darn easy. This build's much, much slower. But it's also much, much. Even though I only have 4K, well, I don't even have 4K HP. I just have a truckload of regen. And all of my max res is 90. So, between 90 max res and then a bunch of physical damage taken as lightning, that alone is significantly increasing our effective hit points. What DPS is on these hits? Not as much as you think, probably. I think it's like just barely 2 million. The thing is, like, I think a million to 1.5 million is like about what you need to do tier 16 maps with some comfort. And the thing is, there's a reason we're not doing map bosses, and that's because it's not really enough. What we have is not really enough to deal with bosses. Even normal map bosses. So we're just clearing, because this build is really good at clearing and like bonking giant swaths of like really weak monsters. Like even rares we can't just sit there and kill very quickly. The difference between level 85 to 95 is bigger than level 10 to 80. Yes, I would say that. Another thing is like, another thing you don't really get in level 85 to 90 is gear improvements. I mean like real gear improvements. Because level 10 to 80, you're going, you're trying to get your resistances capped, you're trying to get life on your gear where you can and stuff. And like once you get to that point, you're like starting to cozy, like get yourself cozy in maps and farm a little bit, start getting your Atlas progression done, get your Atlas skill points and everything. And then, like, once you start making money while you're clearing all that up, then you can start going for the things on top of life and resistances. So like this hammer, I think cost me, I made this hammer, and I think it cost me like 10 to 15 divines to make. And it could be better. Like I ended up trying to do fire damage to attacks with this weapon per 10 strength. And like stack strength, but I didn't do enough strength stacking for it to matter, and so that's kind of one of the big problems with this build. Is I just I think I made the wrong hammer, basically. Like this, I think is a really good hammer. I just don't think it's right for this build. Perfect. It's not quite perfect for this build. And so this helmet also has like +2 to level of socketed AoE gems, which is auras, which is like extra levels on your auras. It's like really, really useful. Physical damage from hits taken as fire damage, also very useful because, like I said, my fire resistance is 90. So 8% of my physical damage is actually getting reduced by 90%, on top of the 50% of my physical damage from hits taken as lightning damage, which similarly also reduced by 90%, and I have a topaz flask running, so I'm taking 20% less lightning damage. So it's a lot to say. When you get to the higher levels, the mods that you, or the money you'll have after grinding for a while, will enable you to get much more fun stuff on your gear to do much, much more interesting stuff. Could I have my scarabs, please? Specifically those ones. We'll see how this map does, or how this build does with frozen cabins. Guess that's needed to continue on moving forward, pretty much. So definitely, I know I talked about a lot of stuff very quickly, but try not to get overwhelmed. That's kind of one of the most important things, is do it at your pace. But the next step would be trying to find what you can get on your gear other than just life and res. Will boost that, to boost your damage and your survivability. And a lot of that, figuring that out, if you're trying to figure it out yourself, comes from websites like PoEDB or Craft Exam. Yikes. Scary. Like, I'll be honest, until I did that that cast on crit build, the Cyclone build, I had no idea that you could get +1 maximum power charges on a helmet. I had no idea that was even an option, and then I was reading the Reddit thread where I got the idea for the build, or where they explained the idea of the build, and I was like, hey, that sounds fun, I'll try it. They suggested +1 max power charges on a helmet would be nice. Turns out it actually is. But that's just stuff you pick up as time goes on and as you interact with those kinds of systems more often. But the League starter I did this league is actually something entirely different. It's called Spectral Shield Throw. And it's a very well optimized build. That one has, I think I got it to 6 million DPS or so. And it's really, really good for bossing. I can like dunk on anything that's not an uber boss. But it just does not have good clear. Hey, what's up, Hades? How we doing, sir? How you been? It's good to see you. Power charges on random modifiers, but I have to wiki on, right? If you just, I know in my experience, just every time I look something up, I remember it a little better, even if I have to look it up like 20 times. As frustrating as that is. 3 additional projectiles. Nice. It'll stick eventually. But if you ever forget what power charges or what any of the charges do, you can look in here. There's a spot. I'll show it in a second. Cause I still forget what the charges do sometimes. Doing well, my man? Chilling at work? Hell yeah. You still comfy in the new store, sir? This charges tab, which I forgot it was. I thought it was in the misc tab. I'll be honest, but like endurance charges, phys damage reduction, and additional elemental resistance, and life regen, and so on and so forth. I need an hour and a half to fly by. Respect that. Definitely been there. For now, I'm just chilling though, thankfully. What I need to fly by is I need 6 months to fly by. If that could happen, that'd be great. Cause I got some shit I gotta do in the next like 6 months that I just don't want it. But there's no avoiding it, so. Alright. This map was pretty easy to clear. It wasn't fast. But it's easy. Tropical Island, Atoll. Okay, here's what we do. Tropical Island and Atoll, I think, are better than waste pools or any of the other options around it. So we put 2 of those on Tropical Island and 1 of these on Atoll, and hopefully we just get more of them. Those are the ones I really care about. It's nice. Had a hella smartish the other day. Knew the laws here pretty well, so we couldn't even snatch him up after the fact. Wow. Leather girl. Oh, I'm moving from Florida to New England, so it's gonna be a long process. I'm in a house right now, but we're gonna be in an apartment for a while, and then we're gonna move into a house after that, and then so like we need to downsize everything because you can't fit in a house worth of stuff into an apartment unless it's a big apartment, you know. And then we gotta get it up there, and then get everything figured out one after another, you know. A hassle. Gonna be quite the weather change, it is. I'm excited, kind of nervous. It's just a long way, but I know the areas. Like I've spent a lot of time up there, and I have a lot of family up there, so like this should be a good time. It's beautiful, and I will say I'm excited to not have to deal with quite so much pollen as there is down here in the south. I'm interested to see how it goes, but I am dreading the process of getting there. Appreciate it, sir. I'm actually going to be going up next weekend for a couple days, just because my dad wants to be up there very, very soon. So him and I will be driving him and his car up next weekend. So I won't be streaming that weekend either, but after that weekend, I should be able to stream regularly. It's just might be a little more tired for a while. Wish you all the best with move. I appreciate that. I'm gonna I'll do my best. And we're not in like a huge hurry. For the most part. Like we still want to get it done, of course, but there's some stuff. There's some reasons we can't do it like in the span of 2 weeks. We have to stick around down here for a little while. So we're gonna try and use all that time, you know, rather than like, oh, we have to pack the whole house up this weekend and then sit surrounded by boxes for 2 months, you know. Not gonna do stuff like that, thankfully. Speech, man, don't mind if I do. Wish I could have had it earlier. Yeah. Away we go. So yeah, my normal stream schedule, just for those that don't know, my normal stream schedule is Thursday through Saturday at about 4 p.m. Eastern U.S. time to at least 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. We try and go a minimum of 3 or 4 hours. Oftentimes I go longer than that. But next weekend I will not be doing that because, like I said, I will be driving my ass up the coast. Don't think I'll be back till Tuesday, so I'll probably try and make a video talking about some PoE stuff, probably. Like next week, and then post that on like Wednesday or so. Oh yeah, at least publishing something, you know. But streams will be back the next Thursday. And honestly, I'm wondering if we can get a level 100 this week, like by Saturday. I guess it depends on how long I spend grinding on the next couple days. So maybe we go today until I finish level 98, unless I die. And then tomorrow we do half of 99, and then Saturday we do the other half of 99. Should be a good pace, depending on how long it takes us to make progress. When does leveling get really hard? About 95. Maybe 96. 95 isn't so bad. 96 is when it really starts getting rough. And I think 95 is the actual halfway point in terms of total amount of XP required to get to level 100. I think it's about 4 billion XP to hit level 100. We're at 3.9 billion right now. 3.8. Yeah, I was shocked when I heard that, but it tracks. Not to mention the monsters. The highest level of easily accessible monsters is level 83. So we're fighting at a 15 level deficit. So the XP penalty is actually really harsh at this point, which is why we're only making 42 million XP an hour. Whereas on the level 92 character, we were making 400 million XP per hour, you know? Like, aside from the normal, like, reduced speed. So, it can be challenging. It took me, actually, I got level 100 for the first time ever last week. And like I said, I started playing in 2019. So most of the time, I just don't bother. So your level 86 is nowhere near halfway done? put it. I'm trying to think of a way to put it nicely, and unfortunately, I don't think there is. Yeah, there's still a long way to go, unfortunately. Like I said, I think the total is 4 billion or 4.25 billion. So if you check in reference to that, where you're at, that'll give you a good idea.
Feeling okay? You're looking a little pale, exile.
And actually, if you after this map, I'll open up PoB. If you mouse over your level in PoB, it'll tell you what percentage of XP you get from killing monsters of certain levels beneath you. And I think we're getting like 5% of the monster's XP or something ridiculously low like that. Like, it's actually absurd. Just show me how do I track my XP per hour? Oh yeah, you just mouse over your XP bar. And it's not like perfectly accurate because it doesn't track time in your hideout. It just tracks time in maps. But if you die, you'll have to reset it. Unless you want to know, like, including the penalties, like total, what your total gain or loss is. So if you die, you have to use /reset_XP, which I will also demonstrate after this map, when I'm not afraid of dying. Ooh, I don't. Give it a try. I think I wasted a breach. I did. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Fun fact, you can also track your kills and deaths with /deaths and /kills. This was not the best way to run through this map, but damn, that was pretty solid.
Your last victory was not mere chance.
Not today, trial mister. Alright, so as you can see, while we're sitting here, it is kind of like ticking down, so we're not killing things. But then while we're just sitting here in hideout, it doesn't do anything. But it's just a good. I like to use it as a way to gauge my general speed. So reset XP just tanks it like that. But also, have the building, just because I'm curious myself. The bank. What are we at here? Heavy Strike, configuration, frenzies, endurance, fortify, rage. Yes. 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 Yeah, I'm about 2 million. If I intimidate the enemy, which I think I do. Oh yeah, I'm glad I could help. And I'm definitely always happy to answer questions if you ever run across anything else. At tier 16, we're earning 5.8% of the XP, like the total XP value of the monsters. That's tragic. I knew it was bad, but at level 86, you think you're around 350k? I mean, for a build where you're improvising in a game as complicated as this one, honestly, you're doing great. 350k is plenty to get you through like white and yellow tier maps, maybe early yellow maps. Because like I said, you only need about 1 million to 1.5 million to do like red maps and maybe tier 16s. And at level 99, we'll be getting 4.6%. That's... Oh, no, I'm sorry. We'll be getting 4.2%. So our XP gain rate is going to go down. 5.8 to 4.2. So 1.6 is going to go down by like 20%. You get there one league? Hell yeah, I believe in you. The most important thing to know for like if you ever want to go for level 100 is just don't die. Like you have to put a lot more emphasis on defense to hit level 100 than you would like playing normally like in softcore. If you're playing hardcore, then you never want to die anyways, of course, but get to level 100, you really want to focus a lot more on defense, which is why this build is almost entirely defense. Like, the vast majority of my investment is defensive stuff. Aside from, well, the Mage Blood's pretty defensive too, because I have 2 elemental flasks and suppression, and phasing, I mean, for the, that's also a defensive thing. You want to hit level 100, just start off in hardcore? No, I wouldn't say that, because there's a lot of frustration that comes with hardcore. But pretend you're in hardcore, and you'll have a much easier time getting there. Might not stay, but it's worth a try. I've tried hardcore. I'm not a hardcore enjoyer. I'll say that much. Which is why probably why I don't get to level 100 very often. Yeah, we've only died 33 times on this character total, which is a new low for me, like a new record on minimal deaths. Usually by 98, I'm at like 250 plus deaths. Most leagues I'll get to like anywhere from 95 to 98 and say, you know what, this build has gone far enough, and I'll just start doing things that will kill me, and say, forget the XP, you know? I think you got more deaths on yours? I can't say because you're not, but I mean, that's fair. It's to be expected when you're learning all the campaign bosses for the first time and all that. I've done, who knows how many times I've gone through the campaign. Can't even tell you. It's been far too many, and I really wish they didn't make me do it every league, but they won't let me skip it, so I'll do it. Before the next league starts, I'll probably actually do campaign practice again. This league, well, at the end of last league, we did practice. Or I practiced running through the campaign, and I think my record was like 6 hours. And then the league started. And the one ability that I practiced the campaign with was bugged to do 0 damage. Like it wasn't even hitting monsters. And so I was super pissy the whole league start. Because I was using Caustic Arrow, or just like an ability that I wasn't prepared for because of a bug. Like I got royally shafted there. When does the new league start? They actually just announced that the next league is delayed a little bit, so it won't be until late March. So there's still probably a solid 4 or 5 weeks left in this league. Dude, I was so pissed. The VOD is still up, but just know it's like 6 hours of me grumbling. Still get to learn the ropes, right? Definitely now is the time, so that way you can have a better time or a better grasp of what's going on when the next one starts. League starts are just fun to be a part of. Everyone's resetting. Everyone's rushing through the campaign as fast as they can, trying to get their farming strats up and going. It's a cool time. The economy is way different if you're into trade. Like 1 chaos, or what's the usual price for a divine at league start? It's like 20 chaos or 50 chaos or something. I think I have a playlist of all my VODs this league. Now I'm curious. Yeah, I do. If you ever want to check them out, the one that says League Start in that playlist, or the first one that says League Start in that playlist, is where it all started. Divine starts at 50C. Yeah, day 1 it'll be like 20 to 50. So like what a lot of people do is they try and get as many divines as possible, and then like in the first week or two, the divines will skyrocket to like 200. And then suddenly those divines you bought for 20 to 50 chaos are like quadruple their value. It's literal actual stonks. Damn, there was nothing in that breach. But there's no actual like externally set price for divines. They just kind of fluctuate based on what people will pay for them. So that's kind of why that happens. Started my PoE, want to check my death count / deaths. I believe. Just know there was one time where I had like, I think it was, I want to say it was 600. I don't think it was that. I think I was at, there was one build I did where I tried to get through the campaign and I had 250 deaths by the end of Act 10. That was before even getting the maps. So don't be self-conscious about it. It's just kind of fun to check once in a while. You have exactly 111? Hell yeah, dude. Good thing you checked. It's good timing. I wonder if I still have my first character. Kind of curious at how many deaths he's at. He was a lightning trap saboteur. which is not the tankiest class by any means. My being new did not make the problem any easier. Uh-oh. Your next goal is to keep yours at 111. Hell yeah. I believe. Honestly, one thing people do when they're trying to grind 100 is they'll actually like use run blue maps. They won't even use alchemy orbs. They'll just use transmutation orbs. The reason we're not doing that is because A, I think we're tanky enough to handle it, and B, I'm trying to, I did try that, and it didn't feel like I was sustaining maps enough, so. I needed a little more quantity on my maps, so we were at least kept alching them. Fuck. Oh, what's on this? Oh, it's a crit map I didn't notice. Crit move it. Crit with attack speed. It's awful. I should have read more closely. I thought I outlawed crit, actually. Why do I have this? Why do I care that they're hexproof? I don't. You know what? These are the map mods that I hate for the Cyclone build. Well, that's interesting. That death cost me 7 divines. Fantastic. But it did not cost me 10% XP. That's why. Honestly, if I get to level 100 with less than 50 deaths, I'll be happy. But time to pay the troll toll for getting dunked on. Ugh, I want to throw up. I hate this. Why are these 7 divines? You know, I shouldn't have opened my big mouth when I said, literally that map I said, I think I'm tanky enough to survive yellow maps for the most part. And look at what happened. We died for the first time in literally like 150 maps, at least. That's a bummer. Oh well. 2.5%, it's like maybe 2 maps. So maybe 10 minutes worth of farming compared to, what, 4 times as much? So like an hour of farming?
They are out to get you.
It's okay, we go game. This is why I say it's better to pretend to play on hardcore when you're doing this, rather than actually do hardcore, because sometimes you just die. I got leap slammed by like 30 goats with crit. That's what happened there. Oh, that's the rewards for the Delirium League mechanic. So the smoke and stuff is called Delirium, or that big mirror-looking thing that we run into at the start and causes zombies. That triggers the Delirium, and then it spits this fog all over the map, and the fog spawns monsters, and then killing those monsters and normal, like, natural monsters fills up those little meters. And then when the Delirium ends, based on how much stuff you killed, you get more. Yeah, it is a league mechanic. Honestly, it's a really good league mechanic, but it does make things pretty significantly harder. Like, it gives monsters a lot of damage reduction and a lot of extra mechanics that they don't have normally. So, like, that thing right there, that's that attack with all those little projectiles, that's from Delirium. There's a lot of on-death things that happen in Delirium that don't happen otherwise, which can be really annoying to deal with, but the thing is, they add so many extra monsters to each map that it's kind of worth dealing with. And on top of that, there's these things called Delirium Orbs, which you can put on a map to make the map permanently, like, covered in the Delirium smoke. And those can give really extreme amounts of rewards, like a lot. And it's because if you're trying to farm stuff in this game, it's like everything is multiplicative. So like the more you do, the more you get on like a for every extra thing you're doing at a time, you get like way more rewards. So basically, whatever strat you're doing with, it's always going to be better if you just have Delirium.
Can you be
Something like that.
victorious twice in a row?
Yeah, basically, we use it for more XP. You encountered it, but while focusing on killing, you never saw the rewards. Yeah, it does take a bit to get anything really worthwhile out of them. And most of the time I don't actually care about the rewards. I just like to see how high I can get the number. The one thing I do care about from those is, well, you can get these little simulacrum splinters, which when you get 300 of them, you get a simulacrum, believe it or not. And this is a zone where you go in and you do waves of monsters. You fight waves of monsters inside Delirium. The max waves are 30, and it's actually some of the most difficult stuff to do in the game. The rewards are kind of cool, but it's like ridiculously hard. So usually I don't run these, I just sell them. But I like stacking these up because if I do need money, and if people are still trading this late in the league, if you wanted to buy Skittering Delirium Orbs with Divine Orbs, it looks like I could get two. I could get one Divine Orb per two. So this is 4 Divines right here. Whispering. I did a lot of Whispering at the start of the league. It was very fun. Is 2.5 to 1, 2 to 1. So that's, you know, 5. That's 5 to 8 Divines right there. Why are these public? Oh, they're not public. Okay, they're just still listed. Or they still have the notes on them from when I tried to sell them last time. Diviners I don't think is worth much. Maybe. I guess they're all 2-to-1. And we have, I think last time I counted, we had like upwards of 80 total. So we have probably somewhere around 30 to 50 divines worth of stuff right here. But just from those, the majority of those have been found while we were doing this. Because with our current Atlas setup, they drop like candy when we get deliriums. It's weirder for me to not get a delirium orb. I use Awaken PoE trade for prices. I did not know the name of the program. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I've never used a trade program or a price check program like that. I know a lot of people swear by them. It was just never something I felt like getting into. There's a Delirium boss and he's actually very scary, so I'm leaving the area immediately. There's two bosses in the Delirium. One's like a big round guy. He's not so bad. But then there's like a dude with 2 swords. He's very scary. No, he's got like 4 swords and 4 arms. And that's the one that just spawned. I'm a big hater of him, so we run away. I don't like dealing with him on a good day. Funny thing is, this shrine doesn't actually do anything for me, because I'm already 90 max res. Hey. There's a lot of corpse explosions that could have been really bad, actually. Sounds like 2 delirium orbs drop. So you could say that's another divine right there. It's from what we were doing. You had a divine drop in one of the maps, you don't know which fell? Hell yeah. Dude, even when I have like tons of money laying around, divine drops always feel so good. I'm never not excited to see one. It's your trophy item? Hell yeah. I hate to do it to you, but I am going to curse you with the same knowledge that curses me, and I think everyone who knows it. But the Exalted Orb and the Divine Orb have the exact same drop rate. But the Divine Orb is usually worth like 200 chaos, and the Exalted Orb is normally worth like 12 chaos. So basically, I can't help, anytime I see an Exalted Orb, I can't help but be a little sad. Like, you could have been a Divine. You could have been 20 times as much currency. How dare you? So I hate to do that. But it's kind of like a necessary piece of knowledge for any PoE player. It's like a growing pain kind of thing. It's the disappointed meme, right? Exactly. Disappointed. That said, though, Exalted Orbs are fun to have around, and they're useful. They're just not useful as currency. But I think I did still buy something using Exalted Orbs this league. That was kind of funny. Back, I don't know, a year or two ago, Exalted Orbs used to be the currency. Like, Divine Orbs now are what Exalted Orbs used to be. And since I was playing them... There it is! You could have been a Divine, motherfucker! So yeah, my normal association, since that's the way it was when I was learning the game, is to see this as a lot of money. But now it's not, and every time I think about it, it makes me sad. But I mean, the drop rates are the same, so functionally there's no difference. It's just aesthetics at that point. Can't believe how perfectly that illustrated my point, dude. Chris Wilson's listening to my microphone to trigger my in-game events. Alright, there's another section of the map we didn't really mess with, but I'm not going to go back for it. I think the best item you have is worth around a divine or so? Like a piece of gear, or... like an item. Like a consumable or a gem or something. Your axe? Hell yeah. It's a solid start. If you're playing a melee build and you have to have only one, and you're only allowed to have one item that's worth a divine or more, weapon's a good option. Don't think you can paste your axe in chat here. If you want to add my, add me as a friend. Put that name right there. Down here in the friend invite thing. And then you can link it to me in game. Six link, and not corrupted. That alone is already like good value. Why is this tooltip flickering? Where did that enchant come from? Why are you flickering? Tier 2 flat, Tier 1 hybrid with crafted... Oh no, that's unveiled. Yeah, nice, nice. And you're doing bleed? Like, you have investment in bleeding on your build? Did you make this, or did you buy it? Yeah, for a for an uninfluenced weapon, that's really sick. Just curious what it's, yeah, 626 DPS. Solid. You just added the last prefix. Gotcha. Oh, so you bought it and it was veiled? Or did you like do some shenanigans to like with the The Veiled Chaos Orb and everything. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. For a div, that is not bad at all, my friend. No delirium this time. Hey, it's nice to be in a nice sunny map once in a while. This is what colors look like. Vitamin D, that's right. We gotta get some. The exiles gotta get some too, you know? Cassia, I've done enough of your BS for my challenges earlier. I don't want to do any more. I love Breach so much, dude. I've always liked it, but now that it's actually good, I love it so much. It used to be you would find like maybe 20 enemies in an entire breach. Now you just have to wait 5 seconds and then you have like 500 enemies. Turned off light in your maps? I do too most of the time. But right now I'm, there's a node on the Atlas called Wandering Path, which makes it so your notables do nothing, but it doubles the magnitude of any modifiers on small nodes. So, while I hate that modifier, kind of a necessity for me right now. Because I need so many maps. That's scary. Those monsters were all immortal. But now I'm immortal. Okay, I'll show. I'll show it visually. The perks of being a video creator. Once I finish this map. Basically, I can't outlaw things anymore. Is the concrete outcome of having that. One of the concrete outcomes. There are upsides. Arguably, honestly, I like I said, I hate Wandering Path. But it's useful. I just hate how useful it is. 'Cause I think notables are cool. And I think small passives aren't that cool. So where is it? Wandering Path. Here it is. Notable Atlas passive skills grant nothing. So these ones, like any of the medium-sized ones, they just don't have any effect anymore. But 100% increased effect of small Atlas passive skills. So any of these ones. So if I were to unallocate this, then it's 0.5% chance for map drops to be duplicated. 0.5%, 0.5%, 2% increased effect of modifiers. Increased quantity, 1%. 1% quantity, 5% rarity. So while that's not selected, I could go do these, and most of the time I do have these on. But I put this on, and suddenly this is 1% chance for them to be duplicated. 4% increased effective modifiers on your non-unique maps, which includes the quantity modifiers. Or it also increases the amount of quantity those modifiers give. And now each of these 1% quantity nodes give me 2%, which quantity is very important. So that's huge. This is 2% and 10% rarity. And those, so like that's why I'm going so far all the way around this map, or this tree. It's because I have Wandering Path on. Yeah, and I have them all boosted. That's right. Honestly, the only way we're sustaining maps right now is because we're doing Wandering Path, and that's why I'm doing it. Because we have 4% chance for one monster in each of your maps to drop an additional connected map. And then we have a bunch of chance to duplicate the map up here. So we have a really good chance of duplicating the maps that drop. But we're also running this thing called Singular Focus, which maps have 200% more chance to be favored maps. And non-favored maps in your non-favored maps found inside your maps drop as currency items instead. So what we're doing is these are your favorite map slots. And Waste Pool, the dark sewer one that we've been running, is right there. Tropical Island, the one we just did. And then Atoll, which is the dark outdoors map. When we're running Waste Pool, we have a really good chance of dropping either Tropical Island or Atoll and then duplicating them. And then when we're doing this one, we have a really good chance of getting Waste Pool. Same with Atoll. Really good chance of getting Waste Pool. That's also something I learned watching you. Did not know you could favorite a map. Hell yeah. There's a lot of different things you have to do to unlock these slots, but they are very useful. Especially if you only like one or two maps, you can just put all of them on the same one. Usually that's what I do. I'll do like one or two. But right now we're doing 3. I'd kind of prefer 4, but for our current purposes, it's okay. I hope it's okay. I don't know if our sustain has been holding up with 3. Maybe we do dig. Fuck. How are we doing on these? Because we had 42 maps when I started. We have run through, well, this is 9 plus 10, so we have 19 left. We've run 23 maps. I have 14 copies of Atoll. I'm trying to remember what the other maps are. Which maps are? Waste Pool, I have 8 copies, so that's 22 total. Tropical Island, that's the other one. And I have 6 copies of that. So we are just slightly sustaining. We're slightly gaining, actually. So far. We'll see if it holds.
You will never get that which you seek.
I just don't feel like I'm finding maps in every map. When you're like zipping through maps as quickly as possible, like we are, it's really, really important that we make sure we're not going to run out. And that's kind of what that Atlas strategy is tailored towards doing. Catching up with the stream, I had to jump off for a bit. Gotcha, gotcha. I love Breach so much. It's so good. There's a map. Echoing Shrine. It's not so fun on this map, on this build. They're not so significant on this build, but I do love it. It's 2 maps this map. Love to see it. You definitely try and breach if you can add it to your maps. Hell yeah, dude. Breach scarabs. You should, depending on how many maps you've done, you should have at least 1 or 2 laying around. Highly recommend. They're so fun. What is on this map? Oh, I don't have trauma. That's the problem. That is a pretty major problem. As a new player, you really appreciate the regret orbs. They're very handy. It's really nice when you farm for, when you like find something you like and then you farm for a while and then you realize you want to change stuff up and then you just have them. You don't have to worry about like grinding them or buying them. We need to change this one more time. Buffs expire on players. Is there not one that takes less than 5 characters? Vulnerability, please tell me that fits. Fuck, it doesn't. Alright, they won't steal my charges at least. So that website that we're using is a fun little thing called a regex generator for our... it just generates a search string to let us easily tell what mod... Well, it lets us pick modifiers that we don't want on our maps. And if we paste the phrase in here, any maps that are highlighted, it'll only highlight maps that don't have what we don't want. So basically it's like outlawing modifiers, and it'll only light them up when the map is safe to run. Super handy. Because looking, trying to roll like 50 maps and read each of them every single time you roll it is not very fun. Waste pools. Already sustaining? Yeah, we're doing great. We're doing great. Oh, let's go. Oh. The world always needs more breach enjoyers. It's one of the simplest league mechanics out there, but it's just the aesthetics of it, and these days the sheer amount of monsters you get out of it. They're so nice. Even before you consider breach zones, which is like the big Chungus version of breach. It's a map that is just a giant breach with a boss at the end. Which I can do the breaches, I can't do the bosses, so I don't want to waste the stones. What the hell is this? The fourth vow. Physical damage taken bypasses energy shield. Armor also applies to chaos damage taken from hits. Interesting. Is fourth vow worth anything? Clean for a regular unique in the normal drop pool. That's pretty good. Solid map, solid map. I thought I had one of those already, honestly. This is a no cooldown recovery rate, or less cooldown recovery rate map, so we're not going to be able to flame dash anywhere. Very sad. The cooldown's like 10 seconds. It's actually 8.3 seconds per charge. Oh, and we have Maim on hit with attacks. Yikes. Please not today, Tool. Forgetting I have a war cry. Yeah, I didn't get to kill this big juicy room full of monsters with breach monsters added. Took too long getting around. If I had flame dash, I might have been able to do it. Found a tincture that should be close to 1 div. Oh hell yeah, what is it? look in a moment. Interesting. It doesn't strike me as being hyper valuable, but I'm also not a tincture enjoyer, nor am I a poison build enjoyer very much. But ultimately, if you have space in a premium stash tab, there's no harm in listing it, seeing if it sells. People will buy some of the weirdest stuff sometimes you would not believe. So there's these things called breach rings. They're rings that they're only implicit. They're implicit instead of like plus 15 chaos res or 30 lightning res or fire res or whatever, like the normal rings. Their implicit is that modifier magnitudes are doubled inside of breaches. So they're really, really effective inside of breaches, but otherwise they have no implicit modifier. And I had someone buy one of those from me for like 20 chaos. So I was shocked. Actually listed all your current items without a premium tab. It was a pain. Yeah. Like on the forum. You have one of those? I mean, if the modifiers are good on it and you don't have a better alternative, then it's totally valid, but like... Hey, also totally significant reason to spec into breach if you have one of those, for sure, for sure. But like, this person was out shopping for gear, and they had that kind of, and they bought it. I never anticipated that. Good old forum. You're braver than me. I definitely was not. I heard I would have to make a forum post to sell stuff, and I was like, okay, how much were those premium tabs again? That was basically what happened. Kind of glad we took frozen cabins out. Oh yeah, I meant to look a while ago. I keep forgetting. Did I delete my first character? Okay, I didn't delete my actual first character. This one was. But the first one I actually like played significantly is gone. Heck, dude. You know what? I think I did that this league. I bet I know. I bet I remember what the name was. Fuck. Well, now we'll never know how many deaths my other one had. But this was the first level 100 I got last league. How many deaths did he take? This was... What was this? Oh, it was Hex Blast Mines. That was fun. He took 184 deaths and 1.6 million monster kills. And total XP to hit level 100 is 4,250,334,444 XP. What'd I say? 183 deaths. We're at 34 deaths at 98, and less than 700,000 monster kills. So that just kind of goes to show we're what? We're 400 million XP away from level 100, and we have less than half of the kills that that other character had. And the reason it took that many kills for that character to hit level 100 is because of how many times I died while I was in the leveling process. So it just goes to show how significant of a penalty dying is, especially as you get above level 95. Kind of crazy to me to think we only have 400 million XP to go. Thought we were still like a billion away.
You'll experience no real pain. That will soon change.
Fun hanging out. Thanks for all the tips and tricks. Hell yeah. Appreciate you hanging out as well. It was nice. Glad I could help however I did. Oh, okay, it's Omniphobia. He's no problem. Just a big old teddy bear. But don't worry about him. Still not gonna kill him, he takes forever. Maybe I will over the course of this breach. Not gonna be heartbroken if we end up running away from him. That was dangerous. It worked out though. I feel like it's been at least 3 deliriums since I saw a delirium orb. What the hell, man? I'm getting scammed. Could have been bad. That guy's got some attack speed on him. Alright. I think we'll probably finish out these 4 and call it a night myself. Getting kind of hungry, want to go get some food.
All suffering in this
All
world
that business. So we may not hit, we may not try and hit 90 or hit 100 by the end of Saturday's stream. 'Cause this is taking a while. But we will surely do it by the end of the week. Give me more monsters. I need larger bumps. Oh, there's so much slow in there. Grabby hands. Oh, we got level 7 on the balloon. That's a W. Alright, there. That one made up for all the deliriums where we didn't get anything. Or any orbs. What's on the foil? Tier 2 flat fire damage.
Cool.
Probably better on a claw. To be honest. That was a lot of monsters in that map, I'll be honest. Dare I say a metric truckload. Honestly, I was thinking about it. while I was looking at the kills. My other character. I think it'd be really cool if at the end of the league they gave us a bunch of statistics, like for the entire player base, like community-wide. We killed 500 billion monsters or something ridiculous over the course of the entire league. Like how many Chaos Orbs dropped total. Like they already tracked that. At least the kills they do. How many times do people die? That stuff's already pretty clearly being tracked. With the pedometer, they are tracking currency pickups. At least after you had it. I want to know fun, like, statistics that I contributed to but didn't necessarily make up the entire statistic, you know? Tarkov actually does that with wipes. Like at the end of every wipe, the Tarkov Twitter account will post a bunch of fun statistics like that. Like how many scavs got killed, how many bears got killed total, how many USEC got killed. What was the most popular gun and ammo brought into raids, you know? It would be cool if PoE did the same thing, or something similar. That's not a second made blood. More sustenance. I almost missed a breach. That works for me, boss. That's what death looks like. In case you didn't know. A life per enemy kill. Wow.
You destroy that which you cannot control.
I could have probably gotten more out of that if I had focused a little more on it instead of the Harbinger. Huh. So many explosions, dude. Fractured two-tone boots. Hold on. Probably not that great because boot, Eldritch boot implicits are really nice to pass up on. Nice. What do you got on you? 27 cold res? Not really that exciting.
Salah.
Alright, one more. Let's go.
Your life will end and you will be forgotten.
That is slow. Dang. Do a thing. I really hate grabby hands. Good. I don't want to read all that. It didn't look like there were any of the maps that I care about there, honestly. Maybe a copy of Dig. But I'm not even certain they're level or they're tier 16. They are. Okay, we should take them then. Be alright. I think Dig will be not bad. The boss, I hate the boss of Dig, but the zone's tolerable, I think. A little annoying with some jump ups and stuff, but all told, it could be worse. Did you look at that? It's almost like we planned it. All right, so we're gonna call it good for today there. We blasted through, I don't even know how many maps. A lot. Probably like 70 or so. In the span of 4 hours, I think that's not so bad. We died once, but we gained, despite that, we gained 38% XP. So 38 divided by 4. 9.5% per hour. That's all right. I'm sorry, that's not right. 28 to 66. Yeah, that was right. Okay. Doubting myself. My arithmetic. Is there anything else? So it should be 34 divided by 9.8 is about another, not 98. Well, it's close enough. It should be about 4 more hours. So tomorrow we should be able to hit 99. And then the real grind begins. But the thing is, like I said, the next weekend I will not be streaming. But I will be back again on the weekend after that. Though when I do return from the week away, I will probably be attempting or trying out Last Epoch. Since it will be hitting 1.0 on the weekend that I'm gone. So whether we do that earlier in the week and then come back to this later that same week, or something, I don't know. We'll figure it out though. Stay tuned. If you want to stay tuned, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Turn those notifications on. You can join my Discord if you want. Pretty much always accessible on there. And yeah. I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeet.